Wow, there you go. Well, hello everybody and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo coming to you live each and every Saturday, only here on YouTube. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight. I have to apologize again for being late. I was looking, I'm not going to say who the culprit was, but I was looking for a request. Took me 2 hours. Well, actually, it was filed in the wrong place, but I was looking through my other boxes, which are all mixtures of, well, they're alphabetized, but they're all mixed up. They're not in any kind of order. So you're just looking in a box. There's like 10 A boxes I have to look through to find one request that I have not played in a while. But anyway, I found it and it's here and I'm here. So welcome all to the Vinyl Treasure Show. Again, if you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Also, click the bell to get notifications. However you signed on into YouTube, it should send you an email, but you have to select send notifications. If not, you'll get like a reminder, or you'll see something on like suggested videos, and you won't get an email because you should get an email. But anyway, welcome to the January 27th, 2024 show. And we got lots of requests and dedications for tonight. We opened up, that saxophone player. I always feature him here on the program to open up the show. That record, or that song, recorded January 15th, 1955, came out on the Mercury label, song called Zip. That was actually a suggested instrumental by Big Dave Swinger, so we'll send that one out to him. Now, this band included Harold Money Johnson on trumpet, Clarence Eugene White on baritone sax, Roland Johnson on the vibes, Joe Oliver Blair on piano, Herbert Gordy on bass, Pernell Rice on the drums, and tenor saxophonist right there, the leader of the band, that is Red Prysock. Red Prysock and his orchestra, February 56. On the Mercury label called Zip. Well, without further ado, let us open up here with two up-tempos, and it's a flip side from last week. I think it was Frank Gingaro requested the other side of this on the Marty Kugel's Click record label. This group out of New Haven, Connecticut, they were called the Rajas, and Frank requested I Fell in Love. Well, the flip side is an excellent up-tempo tune. It features Leroy Griffin on lead. It's a song he wrote. Let's go to November of 1957 for the Rajas. The Rajas on the Click label. It's called Shifting Sands. Ba 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 doo wop hum doo doo wop ba you ba ba doo wop hum doo wop ba you ba ba doo wop hum doo. Shifting sands brings out the love in me. Darling, you know you're mine. Can't you see? Desert light burning out our misery. Your tender kisses just turn sand to sea. Shifting sand, tell me that you're no mirage. I'll give you my caravan to gaze at the stars. Desert light burning out our misery. Your tender kisses just turn sand to sea. Shifting sand, tell me that you're no mirage. I'll give you my caravan That's the sound of the Rajas, a.k.a. the Nutmegs. Leroy Griffin on lead there. November 1957, Shifting Sands is the name of the tune. That one there came out on Marty Kugel's Click record label out of Connecticut. Let's do another up-tempo sound here as we stay in New Haven, Connecticut, with this request for listener Big Dave Swinger. This group, all the group members here, they all attended Hills House High School in New Haven, initially recording for the Anchor label, Anchor or Anko Records, back in 1957. They had 2 releases, but Big Dave requested their final release, came out on the Elmont record label, the song written by the lead singer of the group. On this one, his name is Dave Fisher. Dave Fisher on lead. Go to July of 1958. Let's give a listen to the Academics. The Academics on Elmont Records. It's called Something Cool.
Let's hear something that's really live.
Nothing too bad, nothing too sad.
Just a little something that'll make you glad. When bop, 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 dip,
well, I saw a girl walking down the street. I wouldn't call her pretty, I wouldn't call her sweet. I just call her something cool.
So cool.
She said, hello daddy, be my love, lovey darling, my sugar dove. You know you're something cool.
So cool. Well,
oh yes, baby, I love you so. I don't mean maybe, well, I never let you go. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, darling, I should be fine. You know you're something cool.
So cool.
As going out to Big Dave Swinger there, that's the sound of the Academics. Academics out of New Haven, Connecticut from July 1958. That's on the Elmont record label. Something Cool is the name of the tune. You're always going to hear something cool here on the Vinyltreasure show. You know, the lead singer there, Dave Fisher, he would leave the group to attend Wesleyan College in Middletown, Connecticut. I did my first radio show up at Wesleyan College on the Al Bernard's show there. Oh, what was it called? The Moondog Matinee I did back in 1999. Boy, was I scared. And Dave Fisher there, he formed a folk group called the Highwaymen and recorded for United Artists Records. And he was the lead singer on Michael Roll the Boat Ashore. That was him, Dave Fisher. He was in that doo-wop group, the Academics. Let's continue here. You know, Johnny G counts down the music chronologically here on a Saturday evening, so we're going to start it off here from 1951, and this is a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. Yes, Timothy, I don't think you ever requested a song from the year 1951. Of course, Timothy, you are very young too to request a song from 1951, and he wants to send this one out to everyone listening. That's Charlene, and that's me, and that's my mother listening downstairs. That's also to Bill in Florida, to Frank G. and his wife Jerry, and all the friends in the chat room. He specifically said that on his email. And let's go to this gal born in Colfax, Louisiana, but she relocated to Brooklyn, New York. She had a big #1 hit back in 1947 on the Manor label called I Want to Be Loved But Only by You. But she did she did more than a couple sides for RCA Records, and she's being backed up by the uncredited Striders on this release. They're not mentioned, but let's go to September 1951 for Savannah Churchill and the uncredited Striders on RCA Records, requested by Timothy in our YouTube chat room. The song is called My Affair.
If I wanna be a fool over you, that's my affair. If I wanna do the things that I do, that's my affair. Although I know you'll never be mine alone, I'll still go on pretending that you're all my very own. If I want to live my life in a dream, that's my affair. Even though I know when I need you so, you won't be there. I know I'm a fool for loving you. I know I'm a fool to care. If I wanna be a fool for you, that's my affair.
If I wanna live my life in a dream,
that's my affair. Even though I know when I need you so, you won't be there. I know I'm a fool for loving you. I know I'm a fool to care. If I wanna be a fool over you, that's my affair.
that's her affair.
There you go. That is a nice tune there. I should feature more of Savannah Church. I just got so many 78s by her on the Manor label. But anyway, there you go. That's by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. That's September 51, Savannah Churchill and the uncredited Striders there on RCA Records. My Affair. Well, you're in Johnny G's Affair for a Saturday evening as we continue here. We stay in 1951, and we fill a request this time for Tom Shaughnessy. Tom Shaughnessy watching Johnny G. Is it on the tablet tonight, Tom, or is it on the 50-inch screen? You know, television does Johnny G no good. Even though I went to the doctor, I had to, they said, Johnny, you're not using your CPAP machine, and he was correct. I said, well, I can't use it when my nose is stuffed up, I was sick for a couple weeks. I couldn't use it. So he says, you really have to. And so they're ordering me like this full mask now. So I don't know how the full mask works, but I was really happy to find that my blood pressure was really good. You see, I'm always aggravated. So my pressure is usually like 150 over, 100. But it was like, first it was 110 over 70. Then it was 130 over 72 or something after that. So I'll take that any day of the week. Johnny G babbling on here. Let's get back to the music here. This is for Tom Shaughnessy. We go to RCA Records. I think this group signed back in 1949 with RCA Records. And this tune written by, no, Charlene, they have a lot more than that. They written by Stanley Adams and Larry Stock. It features Jimmy Nabby on lead. Jimmy Nabby, let's give a listen to the four tunes. The four tunes, this is from June 51 on RCA Records for Tom Shaughnessy. May that day never come, for Tom.
When I prove untrue, may that day never come. When I start loving you, may that day never come. When we're out together without a thing to say, when I'm just in the way, how I'd hate to see that day when I make you cry and you say it's the end, when you won't reply to the letters that I send, when you're not my sweetheart, but merely a friend, may that day never, 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 never come. When you're not my sweetheart, oh, but merely a friend, may that day never, never come.
Here you go. That's for Tom Shaughnessy. Nice and mellow there by the four tunes. I was going to say five tunes. The four tunes there from June of 1951. That is on the RCA record label. May That Day Never Come is the name of the tune. Johnny G here on a Saturday as we continue here. If you like what I'm doing, please give me a thumbs up. The YouTube, maybe that helps with them not blocking my show. They were a pain. It was it was Wednesday, I think they blocked the show. It was crazy. I don't know why they do that, but anyway, let's continue here. Here's a flip side from last week, and this Daniel Kubacki He requested a song called Never Again, as done by Lillian Bell George, a.k.a. Lil Greenwood, and she was backed up by the Four Jacks. And the flip side is an excellent tune also. It's more of a jump, and I really bought this 45 for this song, for this record. And it was funny because one time Spence offered me a whole bunch of rare 45s that somebody was selling, and a week later he calls me back and he says that he wanted those records back. And I said, well, I don't know, Spence, I can't. I don't want to return the records. They're done. Once the sale is done, it is over. But this was one of the records from August of 1952. Let's give a listen to Lil Greenwood and the Four Jacks on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. It's called Grandpa Grandpa Can Boogie Too.
We found out Grandpa's in hock. We found out yes, but he can rock. We found out well, he ain't no square. We found out that cat's in there. We found out that Grandpa can boogie too. We found out he's been stealing men's wives. We found out he's been ruining their lives. We found out Grandpa's on the ball. We found out yes, yeah, and that ain't all. We found out that Grandpa can boogie too. Gramps grabbed a chick, he landed in jail. He may be old, but he ain't too old to wail, 'cause he was rocking somebody called the law. We were right there to see it, but we can't tell you what we saw. When he was 20 years old, we found out he had booze of gold. We found out yes, he played round the clock. We found out that's wise and hot. We found out that Grandpa can boogie too. He's got pep in his step. He's old but he's spry. We do believe that Grandpa gets hot, 'cause when he rock, he don't need a rocking chair. He's a gay old man who can rock most anywhere. We found out when he was 20 years old, we found out he had booze of gold. We found out yes, he played round the clock. We found out that's wise and hot. We found out that Grandpa can boogie too. He's got pep in his step. He's old but he's spry. We do believe that Grandpa gets hot, 'cause when he rock, don't need a rocking chair. He's a gay old man who can rock most anywhere.
Yeah, there you go. That is a cool rockin' tune there. From the year, from released in August of 1952, that's Lil Greenwood and the Four Jacks. They get mentioned there in small print to the right side of that federal release, Grandpa Can Boogie Too. Not an easy record to find, those Four Jacks. They also had their own releases. Last of the Good Rockin' Men was one that they do. I know that's a big one there, Indrajit. You should know that tune for the UK dancers out there. And they also backed up Shirley Haven, Little Willie Littlefield, and Cora Williams also. But anyway, we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Fill a request for Bill Schmaltz in our YouTube chat rooms, listening in the state of Florida, this great group out of Chicago, Illinois, as we feature them often here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. So many great recordings during their career. This is their second of 6 on Art Sheridan's Chance record label out of Chicago, and I have this both on. I had a nice clean copy on the black vinyl, and then I was able to get pretty reasonable a red vinyl of it. I usually don't do that. I usually keep one or the other, but if I get it at a good price, I'll take it. And so I decided to. But they're doing an old standard that was done by so many artists. It was first done, I think, by Russell Woodling. Russell Woodling and his Grand Central Redcaps did it back in 1931 on RCA Records, and it was actually, and the highest charting version, I think, of this was done by maybe Sammy Kaye. He had a big hit in 1946. But this is a great version requested by Bill. The Sound of the Flamingos, Solly McElroy and the Flamingos, from June of '53. We send it out to Bill Schmaltz in our YouTube chat room. The Flamingos on Chance with their rendition of the tune, That's My Desire.
Da la 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 la. To spend one night with you in our rendezvous and reminisce with you. That's my desire, to meet where gypsies play down in some dim cafe and dance till break of day. That's my desire, to sip a little glass of wine and gaze into your eyes divine, to feel the touch of your lips pressing on mine, to hear you whisper low, just when it's time to go home. Sherry, I love you so, you're my desire, to sip a little glass of wine and gaze into your eyes divine, to feel the touch of your lips pressing on mine, to hear you whisper low, just when it's time to go home. Sherry, I love you so, you're my desire, my desire,
That's the sound of the Flamingos here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's by request for Bill Schmaltz in our YouTube chat room. That's June '53 release. Their second release on the Chance label featured my red. Even though the other one plays a little better, that's got some pops in it. But how many times can you find the red vinyl 40 Chance records? They're not that easy to find. That's My Desire is the name of the tune. That's My Desire that you tuned in to the Vinyl Treasure Show from 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight tonight. We'll do a little bit of overtime. I think I have about 50 56 records tonight. So it's a short, well, less records. I had to cut out some requests as I had to do that. But anyway, let's continue here. Let's stay in 1953 with this request for Gordy Freeman. I see when I had the chance to upgrade this record, I should have done it when when Greg Surik offered me a nice copy of this. But maybe I didn't have the money at the time, and I didn't see one in the collection I was looking at. So that's unfortunate because I would have upgraded this great group out of Harlem, New York. Initially, they backed up Fat Man Humphries and Viola Watkins. They were known as the Four Notes. Actually, I played them. I played that record not too long ago, that Fat Man Humphries. That was a pretty cool record that Barry Soltz sold me. But they met up with George Goldner. They signed with his Rama record label. And with their first release, they backed up this Viola Watkins on this release, and they have their on the flip side, No Help Wanted. That would be their official, that's their official first release on the Rama record label. But Gordy requested the side featuring the female lead with them backing her up. Let's go to April of 1953, George Goldner's Rama Records. There's some pops in this record, folks. These are the Crows with Viola Watkins on lead. It's called 7 Lonely Days, going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room.
Last week was the last time.
As by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room, that's the sound of the Crows. Actually, they're backing up Viola Watkins, but you do hear there Daniel Sonny Norton. He is the male voice that you hear in the background there. April 1953, the Crows on the Rama record label, 7 Lonely Days. As we move on here into 1954, let's go out to Los Angeles, California now with this request for listener Big Dave Swinger. We listen to the sound of the Flares, recording for the Bahari Brothers Flare record label. This is their third of 7 on Flare, and written by group member Richard Berry. He's also the lead singer on this, going out to Big Dave. At the time, alcohol was very big there were only certain topics that these groups would sing about, and drinking was one, and it relates to this song here. So let's go to February 54 for Big Dave Swinger. It's a Richard Berry on lead with the Flares on the Flare label. It's called Getting High.
Mary, 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 where we been? Drinking sweet wine and sipping good gin, nipping and sipping all night long. And this is what we hollered when it was all gone. I'm high, real high. I feel so doggone good. Well, I started this morning to get my kicks. My whiskey, gin, and wine has got me licked. My head is reeling, really sore. For another drink, I'd go for more. One beer, well, 2 sip, 1 gin, ooh, 2 nip. Well, getting high, getting high, getting high, getting high, getting high, getting high. Juice is getting me high. Be fancy free. Mary, 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 where we've been. Drinking sweet wine and sipping good gin, nipping and sipping all night long. And this is what we hollered when it was all gone. I'm high, real high. I feel so doggone good. Well,
there you go. That's for Big Dave Swinger. That's the sound of the Flares, February 54. It's on the Bahari Brothers Flare record label. Getting High is the name of the tune. Richard Berry, he's the lead singer. He also wrote the tune. Of course, this group also recorded as the Hunters on Flare. I don't have that 45. They also backed up other Flare recording artists like Young Jesse, and I have a record that Richard Berry does with Janelle, which is a cool record. Dennis Leonis sold me that record a long, long time ago. A song, Richard Berry and Janelle Hawkins as Ricky and Janelle. And also one more, I think they recorded as the Chimes, also on the label. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. We were late about 12 minutes or so we got to catch up here. Let's go out to Los Angeles now for this group as we fill a request for listener Jimmy Amato. And Buck Ram became their manager and scurried. What did I say there? And what did I write there? And formed a contract with Mercury Records, pulled them away from Federal Records, and they, of course, but that was a good thing for the group because they ended up having some pretty big hits for the Mercury record label, but not for the Federal label, unfortunately. But this is their hardest one to get on the Federal label. It's their second of 9, as requested by Jimmy Amato, and it features Tony Williams on lead. Let's go to January of 1954 for the sound of the Platters. The Platters on Federal. It's called I'll Cry When You're Gone. This is going out to Jimmy Amato.
I'll cry when you're gone. Our love didn't last for long. Darling, I'm lonesome and blue, just being here without you. Shed the cold rocks, I'll make my bed. Yes, the things that I done wrong, I'll cry when you're gone. The day me, darling dear, I nearly died. You said you didn't want me. I lay down and cried, but I took your word for granted. I thought you would come back, but you didn't. Now I cry, I love you so. No one in this world would know. Yes, the things that I've done were wrong. I'll cry when you're gone. The day you left me, darling dear, I nearly died. You said you didn't want me. I lay down and cried, but I took your word for granted. I thought you would come back, but you didn't. Now I cry, I love you so. No one in this world would know. Yes, the tears that I shed were wrong. I'll cry when you're gone.
Now you hear that talking at the end of the record there? That's Tony Williams. Tony Williams and the Platters there. That's their hardest record to find on the Federal record label. That's their second of 9, as requested by Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room, January 54. I'll cry when you're gone. That's what Johnny G does when you all leave me on a Saturday evening or a Thursday afternoon or a Wednesday evening, but I'm not crying now, although my eyes are tearing. Still got to go to the eye doctor, but let's continue here. We have another couple to go in 1954 as we go to Jake Porter's Combo record label for this request for Bob Cruz in Maryland. He requested Gene Moore and the Chimes. This is on Combo Records, the Red Combo label. And what's bad about it is they give top billing to Jake Porter, but in small print under, and it's kind of like right on the crease of the label. So if there's anywhere you can't even see the group, you can barely make out Gene Moore, and it's hard to see the Chimes. But this group first recorded for Specialty Records as Gene Moore and the Metronomes, and this was their next release that came out on Combo. Let's go to December of '54 by request for Bob Cruz. It's Gene Moore and the Chimes. It's called Reap What You Sow.
I don't mind if you want me. I don't care if you love my step, 'cause I know, yes I know, you got to reap just what you sow. Into you, nothing but a game. Played a role, then you take it home. But I know, remember this, you got to reap just what you sow. Oh, you gotta reap. You gotta reap. Oh, you gotta reap.
Not gonna be no more.
I know it's true. I've been your fool. You can pack your clothes with me, but when you go, remember this. You gotta reap just what you sow. Oh, you gotta reap. Oh, you gotta reap. Oh, fire will get night.
More to me, baby. Dead man alive.
You gotta reap what you sow.
As going out to Bob Cruz in Maryland there. Bob, you got that 45 on Jake Porter's Combo record label, December 1954, Gene Moore and the Chimes. Reap what you sow. That is a fact. As we do one more in the year 1954, we go back to Chicago. We go back to the Flamingos, and this is a request for listener Frank Gingaro in our YouTube chat room. And this, again, we return to Art Sheraton's Chance record label. This was their sixth and final release on the Chance label, but this time it features Johnny Carter on lead, and he also wrote the tune by request for Frank Gingaro in our YouTube chat room. The Sound of the Flamingos from October '54. It's called Blues in a Letter for Frank.
Well, the mailman brought me a letter, and this is what it said. Yes, the mailman brought me a letter, and this is what it said. I got the blues in a letter. Let me tell you just how it read. Well, she said, my wonderful darling, just a few lines to let you know. Well, she said, my wonderful, wonderful darling, just a few lines to let you know. I found myself a new man, so I've got to let you go. Tell me, mailman, why did you bring me sad news? Now I've lost my baby, I ain't got nothing but the blues. So here I stand, broken hearted and all alone. So if you happen to see my baby, tell her to please come back home.
Yeah, those are the Flamingos. They return. You got, well, it wasn't quite a twin spin, but yes. Played two of the Flamingos 45's on the Chance record label. That one there by request for Frank Gingaro in our YouTube chat from October 1954. That's with Johnny Carter on lead. Blues in a Letter is the name of the tune. I remember Spence went over to visit he was over in Pompton Lakes, New Jersey. So he said, Johnny, why don't you come over? I got some records here at the house and you could look through them. And I says, okay, Spence, I'll go over. Of course, I didn't have enough money with me, but he let me take them home anyway. And that was in the box there. And it was actually a reasonable price. I think it was $500 he charged me for that 45, but which I think is definitely a reasonable price on a record like that. So thanks for requesting that one. Of course, Frank Gingaro in our YouTube chat room, he is half of the team on Sunday afternoon on WRHU 88.7. He is one of the two hosts. Him along with Gordon Skagberg, they host the Rhythm and Blues Serenade. That is on Sundays beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Frank, do you switch? I think you switch with Gordon on who's first. Gordon had the first hour last week and you had the second hour. Now, does it flip back the other way? I think it might do that. But if you're not in the Hofstra area to pick up the FM broadcast on 88.7 FM, you can hear it on a live stream if you go to www.wrhu.org. So check out the Rhythm and Blues Serenade with Frank Gingaro and Gordon Skagberg tomorrow, Sunday, at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're happy that Frank is in Johnny G's YouTube chat room as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And let's move into 1955 now. And I think it was a couple weeks ago I played a request for listener Amnon. The debut single for the Heartbeats. They were known as the Heartbeats Quintet, and he requested the side called Tormented. He also requested the flip side, which is a cool up-tempo, and they're really not, well, I don't want to say they're not known for their up-tempos, because they're known for their ballads, and that is James Shepard and the Heartbeats. But let's flip this 45 over on the network label, because it is a cool up-tempo side, and it was written by James Shepard, and he is on lead. This is January 55, the Heartbeats Quintet on network by request for Amnon. It's called After Everybody's Gone.
Everybody's gone and my baby's still here. Sit down, baby, and have a beer. We're gonna rock tonight. We're gonna rock tonight. We're gonna have a party after everybody's gone. Well, she said, rock, rock, rock me, pretty daddy, rock, rock, rock me, oh baby, rock, rock, rock me, baby daddy, rock, rock, rock me, oh baby, 'cause we're gonna have a party after everybody's gone. Well, I said sit down, baby, sit in that chair. Don't give me any trouble, 'cause ain't nobody here. Well, we gonna rock tonight, so we gonna rock tonight. We gonna have a party after everybody's gone. Rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-rock-a-rock, rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-rock-a-rock, rock-a-bye, baby, 'cause you're gonna have a party after everybody's gone. Well, she cried, rock me, ooh, daddy, daddy, feel me, ooh, baby, rock me, ooh, daddy, daddy, squeeze me, ooh, baby, rock me, ooh, daddy, daddy, hold me. 'Cause we're gonna have a party after everybody's gone. 'Cause we're gonna have a party after everybody's gone.
As by request for listener Emnon there, that's the sound of the Heartbeats Quintet with James Shepard on lead. That's their debut single, I guess. Is that B-side? I don't know if that's the B-side or the A-side, because a lot of these records came out for dancing, and that is a cool swinging tune, I have to say. January 55 for Emnon, the Heartbeats Quintet on the Network label with that Russell Jacquet and his orchestra. Yes, Timothy, it's called After Everybody's Gone. As we continue here on a Saturday evening, if you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. And if you like what you hear, give me a thumbs up and tell your friends about the program here. If you miss any of it, it'll be up on the archive if they don't block it. But I've been good with the 50s stuff. I'm pretty much okay. But the 60s, I don't know, that Wednesday night show, sometimes I have issues. But let's stay in 1955. Now, last week, I played a request for listener Josue Perez, a very rare 45, the debut single for the Mellow Harps on the Do Re Mi record label. He requested Love is a Vow, and it was Darrell Letts that requested the flip side of the 45. This is not an easy record to find. It features Arnold Johnny Malone on lead. We go to 1955, Do Re Mi records for the Mellow Harps. It's called Valerie. This is for Darrell.
Is the love story of two in love? One is in love, the other not true.
How I need you, my Valerie. You mean so much to me.
So much to me.
Valerie, oh my wonderful Valerie. Oh, my beautiful Valerie, you mean so much to me.
Oh, you stole my heart the day your life say, why treat me this way? Valerie, oh my wonderful Valerie, oh my beautiful Valerie, you mean so much to me.
There you go. That one there going out to Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. Those are the Mellow Harps. The Mellow Harps, their debut single on Do Re Mi Records. Valerie is the name of the tune. Flip side of Love Is a Vow. That is a hard record. I told you the story last week how I got that 45, and it was because I was kind of out of touch with Greg for a while because after Spence passed away, we started talking again, and he offered me some records, and then he called me up out of the blue, and it was after his car accident, and he had some records. He says, Johnny, I got some records for you, and they're pretty reasonable, especially for you. You buy so many, I've purchased so many from him over the years, and he sold me that at a great price because and that's not like him really, but he was kind of changed a little bit after that accident. But I already miss Greg, but he will always be mentioned here on because I got so many records from him. I did. But anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's go to Brooklyn, New York, and fill another request for listener Frank Gingaro, this great group. They are called the Inspirators, and they signed on to Murray Katz's Treat record label, and this is, I think all their records are great. I think they only made 3 records, and we'll talk more about it after this one because I have another one coming up I'm going to dedicate to someone. But it features Cleo Perry on lead. Cleo Perry on lead by request for Frank Gingaro, the Inspirators from April 55. On the Treat label. I tried to upgrade this, but no luck. It's called If Loving You Is Wrong. This is for Frank.
If loving you is wrong, upon my yearning lips from you. Don't ever
April 1955 there. The sound of the Inspirators. The Inspirators, that's their debut single. Came out on the Treat record label. A song called If Loving You Is Wrong. It featured Cleo Perry on lead. And, I'll call it a twin spin here with the Inspirators because with their next release, I think just the label owner at the time just decided to change the name. Murray Katz owned the Treat record label. He decided to change the name of the group. I don't know, maybe thought maybe it would stimulate sales or whatever. But with their next release, they were called the 5 Stars. And this one came out in June of 1955. And we'll send this one out to Louis Silvani, who was tuned into the program tonight, and also going to send it out to Jimmy Amato. He said, Johnny G, send me out a record. So I'll send you this one out. If it's good enough, to send out to Jimmy Amato and Louis Silvani. Again, with Cleo Perry on lead. They're now called From the Inspirators to the 5 Stars. And I have it on I don't think this comes on the stock, on a green copy. I have it on the black. Is this DJ copy? I don't know. It doesn't say. You know, sometimes some of the treats say disc jockey copy, but it doesn't say. But anyway, it's another great tune from June 55, the 5 Stars. The 5 Stars with Cleo Perry on lead on the Treat label. It's called We Danced in the Moonlight. This is for Louie and Jimmy.
Danced in the moonlight, kissed in the dark. Now that you're leaving, you're breaking my heart. But if you ever go, I will be faithful to you. We share our secrets. Everyone knew. Friends used to talk about the things we used to do. But until you return, I will be faithful to you.
Send that one out to Louis Silvani and Jimmy Amato. The sound of the 5 Stars, a.k.a. the Inspirators. Cleo Perry on lead, June 1955. That's their second release on the Treat record label. We Danced in the Moonlight. We'll flip that over for Louie and Jimmy next week, so stay tuned for that. And of course, they would have one more great release on High Weiss's Old Town record label from 1958 called Starlight Tonight. That is another great record that the late George DOOWOP Tompkins turned me on to. Johnny G here on a Saturday. We got few more in 1955 here. Lots of requests in 1955. Here's one for Edmund Williams. He's not working this evening, and he was in the chat room earlier. We go back to New Haven, Connecticut. This is their third of four on Bobby Robinson's. I think Bobby and Danny together own the Red Robin record label out of New York City. And this tune, written by the first tenor of the group, his name was Sylvester Hopkins, but Fred Paris, he's the lead singer on this. He wrote this tune from February 1955, going out to Edmund Williams, the sound of the Scarlets. The Scarlets on Red Robin. It's called True Love. That's going out to Edmund Williams there. The sound of the Scarlets there, Fred Paris and the Scarlets from February 1955. That's a copy that doesn't have a lot of hits. A lot of the, especially this record, this one and Dear One, they have a lot of hiss for some reason. But, I don't know what it is. Maybe, you never know if it's the beginning of the presses or the end of the presses. Sometimes it's just not right, but you got to get it right. And I was lucky to get that from Brian Korn. I think I bought that from Brian Korn, or upgraded the copy copy. The Scarlets there on Red Robin for Edmund. True Love is the name of the tune. As we stay in 1955 and we fill a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room, let's go to Birmingham, Alabama, as they have this lone release, this group on Peter Dorane's Vulcan label, Vulcan Records. Yes, Spock's favorite label, the Vulcan label. And I'm guessing that Oliver Henderson is the lead singer on this. And we go to May of 1955. Give a listen to the Five Owls. The Five Owls on the Vulcan label. I can't even do that Vulcan sign. It's called Pleading to You. This is for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room.
You once said you loved me, but now you changed your mind. No matter what happens, you'll always be mine. Yes, I love you, darling. Say you love me too. Yes, it's true. Yes, I love you, bleeding to you. You played me for a fool, took my money too. Although you say you love me, you know it wasn't true. Please love me, baby. I love you so. Won't you come back? Won't you come back? Bleeding to you. I love you, my darling. Won't you please be mine? I love you, my darling. Our love was divine. Please love me, baby. I love you true. Love is for you. Love is for you. Bleeding to you. Bleeding to you. Bleeding to you. Bleeding to you.
That's going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Five Owls. The Five Owls. Did I even say that? Did I forget to say that? The Five Owls there from May of 1955 on the Vulcan label. Pleading to You is the name of the tune. And there's another record on this. Some think that this group also recorded as the Thunderbirds on the Gigi label, which I have that 45. And also, for you collectors out there, the first presses of this are on the shiny Vulcan label. And there's that flat maroonish label. This is the shiny label that I have. I forget who I bought that from. That was one of the... I'll have to. I still have all my receipts. Johnny G has all the receipts of everything that he purchased. I do. It's just like mind-boggling to look through them because they're all in the file cabinet over there. But anyway, let's continue here. In 1955, we go to the Bronx, New York, for this girl group sound as requested by listener Ronnie Sherman. Have to say hi to Ronnie Sherman, tuned into the program. As these gals, they were managed by Zell Sanders. They had 5 releases on Sol Rabinowitz's Baton record label. And their first was a song called Lonely Nights, which probably was their probably best known record, or their biggest hit, if you want to call it that. But they followed it up with this tune, and it features Joyce West on lead. This tune written by Henry Glover, and it's a cover of a tune done by Bull Moose Jackson originally and his Buffalo Bearcats back in 1948 for the King record label. Let's move to May of 1955. The Hearts on Baton. This is for Ronnie Sherman. It's called All My Love Belongs to You. That's going out to listener Ronnie Sherman there, The Sound of the Hearts. A Joyce West on lead with the Hearts from May of 55. That's their follow-up to Lonely Nights, a song entitled All My Love Belongs to You. That came out on the Baton record label. We stay in 1955 with this request for listener Daniel Kubacki. Now, last week, I featured a request for Adrian Viterbo by... wait. Charlene, what do you have here? By the Chanters. Was it Adrian? No. Yes, it was for Adrian. Adrian Viterbo requested a song from 1954 by a group called the Chanters. It was called She Wants to Mambo. That's, now I remember it here. And that was with Gene Ford, Ethel Brown doing the lead. And then in 1955, two of the members of that group, that being Gene Ford and Billy Boyd, recorded as Gene and Billy on Spark Records. They did a tune called Zerline, which I do have in my collection too, by the way. And then they signed with Sid Nathan's Federal Records. You have deluxe here, Charlene. Federal Records for 2 releases as the Cats. And Daniel requested the group's second release as the tune written by both of those guys, Gene Ford and Billy Boyd. So let's go to December of 1955. So Charlene, are you telling me this is a duet? Is that what this is? This is for Daniel. They're called the Cats on the Federal label. The song is called Get Gone for Daniel.
If this the way that you're gonna act, don't change your mind and say you want me back. Don't say you're sorry that you still care. I just found out that you ain't nowhere. Just to leave me alone. Just to leave me alone. Just to leave me alone. Just to pack your rags and get gone. I was the fool when I fell in love. I broke the rule, what was I thinking of? You took my money and my loving too. You got the nerve to say we're through. Just to leave me alone. Just to leave me alone. Just to leave me alone. Just to pack your rags and get gone. Sit down, baby, let's get to the point. You kissed that man in a honky-tonk joint. You told a lie and said that he was your kin. He was holding you so tight, he must have been your Siamese twin. Just to leave me alone. Just to leave me alone. Just to leave me alone. Just to pack your rags and get gone. Came in this morning about 8:45. Told me you had to work overtime. I wish you'd get one thing through your head. Don't jibe me, woman, 'cause I'm not corn-fed. Just to leave me alone. Just to leave me alone. Just to leave me alone. Just to pack your rags and get gone. I'm getting sick and tired of all your lies. If you don't shut them, get out of here, I'm gonna give you 4 black eyes.
Okay, there you go. That's for Daniel Kubacki. They're called the Cats. It's actually, yes, Charlene says it is a duet. It is Gene Ford and Billy Boyd recorded as the Cats, December 1955. On the Federal Record banner, Get Gone is the name of the tune. Johnny G not going anywhere, not till after midnight tonight when I turn into a jack-o'-lantern back then. But let's continue here, and let's stay in California with a request for listener Big Dave Swinger. This group, they hail from San Francisco, California. This is their first of 2 on Dootsy Williams' Doo-Tone record label. Now, the song written by a group member, Tyrone French, and another member of the group, 15-year-old at the time, Bobby Freeman. But Alvin Thomas, he's the lead singer on this. We go to December of 1955. Give a listen to the Romancers. The Romancers on Doo-Tone Records for Big Dave Swinger. It's called I Still Remember.
I still remember when I first met you. I locked you in my heart and threw the key away. You know I love you, so please come home and Why did you leave me? Why did you go when you knew I loved you so? Without you, darling, I can't go on, can't go on without you. I walk alone, I am so lonely, can't even eat or even sleep at night. Yes, darling, I still remember you. I remember you.
Why did you leave me? Why did you go when you knew I loved you so? Please, please come back because I love you and that's why.
Yes, I walk alone. I am so lonely, can't even eat or even sleep at night. Yes, darling, I still remember you.
Out of San Francisco, California, that group called the Romancers. That's by request for listener Big Dave Swinger and Alvin Thomas. He's on lead, December 55. That's their first of two on the Dutone record label. It's called I Still Remember. I think first presses are on the Shiny Red label, if I'm not mistaken. I was looking for that record. I had a chance to but he wanted too much money. I says, come on, this record is a lot easier than their second release on the label. That is for sure. But I always liked that. It was funny because the first time I ever heard that song, my father was notorious of buying LPs just because the cover looked good, because he didn't know any of the music. So I don't know, one time we went to Sears and Roebuck, it's not there anymore, in White Plains, New York. So you know those Gusto, there was a record company putting out, there was a budget label, I think it was called Guest Star, I'm sorry, not Gusto, Guest Star Records. So, and they would put out but there were some cool things on those LPs, like stuff that was possibly unreleased, but there was they had these dancers, these girls dancing on the cover, and I'm looking at this, I'm looking at these records on here that they have on the LP. They have like the Tokens, While I Dream, and this record's on there. I'm like, what is going on? What is on here? And some other things that didn't even belong. But he bought the LP. What were they, like, $2.99 or whatever? But anyway, I have some of those Guest Star things. I think I have like a Richie Valens one tune that another one that Richie Valens is on. But anyway, as Johnny G babbles on here, let's continue here. And here is a very rare 45 as we are move into the year 1956. We go to Baltimore, Maryland for this group. It's a request for listener Frank Gingaro. Now, their first release is much easier to find. It's on Ben Smith and Bill Bass Gordon's Teenage label out of New York City. The song was called Moments Like This, which is a great record, by the way, their first release. But Frank requested their follow-up, which is much harder to find. The tune written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Percy Crosby. Percy Crosby on lead. We go to October of 1956 by request for Frank Gingaro in our chat room. The Boltoneers on the Teenage label. It's called Tears in My Eyes.
Here where you left me, here where you left me, I'm here where you left me, with tears in my eyes. It's so hard, my dear, to be by your side. So please come back, dear, and stay by my side.
Please stay by my side.
I'm here where you left me, with tears in my eyes.
Tears in my eyes. Hold you,
Hold you,
kiss you,
kiss you, one more time.
and live without you.
Out you,
Life ain't worth a
life ain't worth the time. So please come back, dear, and stay by my side.
stay by my side.
I'm here when you left me, with tears in my eyes.
Yes, when you walked out and left me with
Tears in my
That is the second of two on the Teenage record label by the Baltoneers. Percy Crosby and the Baltoneers, by request for listener Frank Chingaro in our YouTube chat room. That's October 56 release, Tears in My Eyes. Great record that is on the Teenage record label. Let's continue here in 1956, and we fill a request for listener Bob Cruz in Maryland. We go back up to Chicago, Illinois, to Eli Toscano's Abco record label for a group called the Ripcords. No, not the not the Hey Little Cobra 1963 Ripcords for Columbia. This is a different group of Ripcords, and their only release, a tune written by the group's manager. His name is Ted Daniels, and it features the bass of the group on lead. His name is Lester Martin. This one from June of 1956, going out to Bob Cruz, the Ripcords on Abco. It's called Let's Do the Razzle Dazzle.
Well, I feel to see you, baby, when you're alone. I don't want you hanging around my home, so we can do the razzle dazzle.
Yeah, we can.
Do the razzle dazzle.
Yeah, we can.
Do the razzle dazzle.
Well, I want you to hold me.
Hold me,
Yeah, pretty baby, won't you kiss me?
kiss me, my
Oh, pretty baby, tell me to miss me.
miss me, my
Pretty baby, then
we
we'll
do the razzle dazzle.
Yeah, we will
Do the razzle dazzle.
Yeah, we will
Do the razzle dazzle. Do it all night long, 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 long. Run now, do the razzle dazzle. Run now, do the razzle dazzle. Run now, do the razzle dazzle. We can do the razzle dazzle, baby. Do it all night long.
we will do the razzle dazzle. Yeah, we will do the razzle dazzle. Try me one more time. Yeah, baby. Try me one more time. Baby. Try me one more time. Try me one more time.
There you go, by request for Bob Cruz in Maryland. There they go, the Ripcords. Ripcords out of Chicago. That's on the Abco record label, June 1956 release. Let's Do the Razzle Dazzle is the name of the tune. And Abco Records is Eli Toscano's Abco label. It would change and become Cobra Records in August of 1956. So if you collect the Cobra label, you got to have those first, 6 or 7 APCO releases. As I have, I think 3 or 4 of them. But anyway, as we continue here in 1956, go back to New Haven, Connecticut, fill a request for listener Butch Ford. Now, this group initially was called the Four Leads, and they were a gospel group, but then they started singing secular tunes and changed their name to the Pyramids, and they knew Ruby Whitaker, who was recording with the Chestnuts for Joe Davis's Davis record label, and she got them an audition with the label owner Joe Davis, and the result were 2 singles that were released on the Davis record label. This is their first from August of 56 by request for Butch Ford, listening in Hawaii. It features Joe Stallings on lead. These are the Pyramids on Davis from August 56. It's called At Any Cost for Butch.
Do you trust your pretty shining like a star when you think that all is lost? She'll be there right where you are. She promised to be faithful, to be faithful right to the end. Oh, when you think that all is lost, she'll come to you at any cost. There are times when you will doubt her, and you'll think that all is lost, but when you need her most of all, she'll be there right by your side. She promised to be faithful right to the end. Oh, when you think that all is lost, she'll come to you at any cost. Oh, she'll come to you at any cost.
As Johnny G almost gets caught here. There you go. That's going out to Butch Ford in Hawaii there. That's a nice record. I can't remember. Charlene, did I play that before? I wonder if I did. I know I had it in my collection a long time. There you go. That is the first of 2 for the Pyramids from August 1956 going out to Butch Ford. That's on Joe Davis's Davis record label. At Any Cost is the name of the tune. And they would have one more release backing up Ruby Whittaker on the Mark X label. I think I Get the Feeling, and the other side's good too on that 45. Johnny G here on a Saturday. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. We do this every Saturday from 9 p.m. Eastern Time till midnight, and I'm back on Wednesday nights with a soul show beginning at 9 p.m. We join Oldies and More Radio, also broadcast simultaneously on Oldies and More Radio, 9 p.m. to midnight. And then Thursday, I do an afternoon show at 1 p.m. Right now, I'm counting down the top records of 1957 as voted by collectors and compiled by Relic Records. So we've been going through that. There were some nice records on that survey that you often don't hear. So I'm playing them all. I have almost all of them. I don't have every one, but I do have a lot of them as we continue here. And we are in 1956. Let's go to Harlem, New York, and fill a request for listener Edmund Williams, who is in our YouTube chat room. It's the great sound of the Solitaires, and we always like to feature the Solitaires here on the Vinyltreasure show. And Edmund picked the B-side to their 9th release on High Weiss's Old Town record label. The tune written by the lead singer, the great Milton Love. Milton Love on lead. This is from July of 1956. Give a listen to the Solitaires. This is for Edmund Williams on Old Town Records. It's the B-side. It's called You've Sinned.
Sin, sin, sin. Sin, because you lied to me. The things you told me were not true. Now, darling, I am through with you. Why lie to me? Yes, you sin.
That's by request for Edmund Williams there. That is a beast. That's the B-side to The Angels Sang. Those are the Solitaires, the great Milton Love on lead from July 1956. Highwise's Old Town record label, You've Sinned, and I featured it as the flip side to the first press of this record was called You're Back With Me. That's how that record first came out. Then they've changed it to The Angels Sang. It was probably more easier for people to remember. That was what they did, but that is a great tune. The Solitaires, always great here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's stay in 1956 with one more release. We go to Hollywood, California with this request for listener Joe Shacatano that is doing something else on the TV now. So he'll be back. I don't know how long that tournament is, but he'll be in shortly, unless he should be in any minute here, I guess. But this is a request for Joe Shacatano. This is on Max Feartag's Flip Records. Now, this group, they had 11 releases on the Flip label. Their debut single, I'm sure many of you know, was their biggest hit. It was called A Casual Look. But this was their follow-up to A Casual Look, the tune written by Ed Wells, and it features Trudy Williams on lead. And this is with the Ray Johnson combo. Let's go to July of 1956. Give a listen to this. I'm 56. Give a listen to the 16's. The 16's on Flip. It's called Afar Into the Night for Joe Shacatano.
Afar into the night, I see your face, a burning light, and on my heart this light does shine for all of time. First met, I can't forget. I hope, 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 and I pray, 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 you'd stay with me.
That's by request for listener Joe Shacatano. Those are the 16's. The 16's from July 1956. That's their second release on the Flip record label. Afar Into the Night is the name of the tune. And Charlene made a note here that you can see her. Oh, she was singing this live on YouTube at one time, probably out on one of those California shows. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show and fill a request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. He was in the chat room earlier in the show, and he wants to send this one out to Timothy in our YouTube chat, and also wants to send this out to Big Dave Swinger, this group out of Phoenix, Arizona, and the Tads. Their first release came out on the Liberty Bell label, I should say. Then it would be picked up by Dot Records, a song called Your Reason. That was from 1956, but in 1957 they would change their name to the Dots, and this was the B-side to their release on Floyd Ramsey's Rev label. And this song first recorded by someone by the name of Mark Anthony on the Porter label. They did it first, but this release from November of 1957. Here are the Dots. The Dots on the Rev label by request for Indrajit Advani, going out to Big Dave Swinger and to Timothy in our YouTube chat room. The song is called Wolf Call.
Well, he was standing on the corner in downtown L.A. Watching those babies go by me. Man, what a busy day. A wolf call, ooh, wolf call, ooh, the wolf call. I wish I was a millionaire. Well, look at them strolling past me, like him inside. Tall one, short one, medium. I wish I had 1,000 eyes. A wolf call, ooh, the wolf call, ooh, the wolf call. I wish I was a billionaire. Man, if you wanna find me, I'm there all the time. If I'm not on wheelchair, I'm at Hollywood and Vine. A wolf call, ooh, the wolf call, ooh, the wolf call. I wish I was a billionaire.
There you go. That's by request for a UK listener, Indrajit Advani, going out to Big Dave Swinger and also Timothy. The Dots there, a.k.a. the Tads, from November 57. That's on the Rev record label. Wolf Call's the name of the tune. I bought it for the Flip Side, which is a cover of the Ivy Leaguers' Ring Chimes. I think I played that Thursday. I think I played the original version of that. But in January of 58, they re-released this as the Tads, so you can get this both as the Dots and the Tads, but this is the harder one. I remember when Jerry Diaz, he banged me for for Ring Chimes, which is hard to get as the Dots. Johnny G here spinning these 45's as we continue here. Let's go to Houston, Texas for this group as Mike Sape made this request. Mike Sape from Connecticut in our YouTube chat room wants to send this one out to your host Johnny G and all the chatters. Now, Kenny, well, when was Kenny... when did he start recording? Because Kenny Rogers, Charlene has that Kenny Rogers was a member of this group, and of course Kenny Rogers went on to become the head of Kenny Rogers in the first edition. They had some hits on the Reprise label in the 1960s and a country star too. But this group recorded 2 on Imperial. Then they were on another label too, Charlene, I think. But this is their first. Which charted number 25 on KNUZ in Houston, Texas. It features Al Eisman. He's the lead singer on this. And Mike Sape wants to send this one out to Johnny G and all the chatters from June 57. The Scholars on Imperial. The song is called Beloved.
Charm and your loveliness bring me such delight.
nobody's one and only until you came along. Beloved, please don't ever change. Promise you belong to me always,
A group called the Scholars. The Scholars, they're out of Houston, Texas. That one there from June 57. That's their first of two on the Imperial record label. Beloved is the name of the tune. That one there going out to all you chatters and your host, Johnny G, as dedicated by Mike Sape in Connecticut. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show with the request for listener Edmund Williams as we head to Brooklyn, New York. Now, this group previously recorded as The Wheels on the Premium record label, and they would change their name to the Federals, and for a first record for Bobby Robinson's Fury record label, 2 on Fury, and then 1 would come out on Sid Nathan's Deluxe label, and that's the one that Edmund requested, and it's a cover of a Del Vikings tune. We go to February 1957, give a listen to the Federals on Deluxe. It features the unmistakable voice of Rudy Anderson on lead. This is going out to Edmund Williams, their rendition of the tune Come Go With Me.
Yes, love me, darling. Come go with me. Please don't send me way beyond the sea. I know, darling. So come go with me. Come into my heart and me, darling. We will never part. I know, darling. So come go with me. Yes, I need you. Yes, I really need you. Please say you'll never leave me. I'll say never. Yes, you really never.
Never give me a chance.
Come into my heart and me, darling. We will never part. I know, darling. So come go with me.
Give me a chance.
Oh, come into my heart, tell me, darling, we will never part. I know, darling, so come go with me. Come go with me. Come go with me. Come go with me. Come go with me.
Those are the Federals. The Federals there with with Rudy Anderson on lead. February 57 release. That's by request for Edmund Williams. Come Go With Me. That is the Del Vikings tune. And the Del Vikings had a big hit with that, but that's on Sid Nathan's deluxe record label. Let's move into 1958 now. And last week I played a request for Indrajit Advani. He sent it out to Record Hound Darren, a song called Snorin' by this group out of Philadelphia called Little Jimmy and the Sparrows. But that was on Felix Valdera's Value record label. Value Records also out of Philadelphia, local label. But I bought it for the flip side of the 45. So let's give a listen to the flip side here from October 1958. It's Little Jimmy, who is really James Little Jimmy Wilson. He's the lead singer, and this group was managed by a little Joe Cook of Little Joe Cook and the Thrillers. But this is the side I bought it for, Little Jimmy and the Sparrows on Value Records. It's called Two Hearts Together from October 58. October 58 release. That's not an easy record to find either. Spence sold me that a long time ago. Little Jimmy and the Sparrows on the Value label. That's the same Value label that the Blue Notes did My Hero on, except that was an orange label. This is a maroon label. Little Jimmy and the Sparrows there with James Little Jimmy Wilson on lead. Two Hearts Together is the name of the tune. Let's do a flip side from last week, as both sides of this 45 was requested by Jimmy Amato, and I think that Daryl Letts, you also asked for the flip. I played the debut single, at least Jimmy Amato in our chat room requested the debut single by this artist out of Detroit, Michigan. His name is Marv Johnson, went on to have all those cool hits on United Artists Records. But last week we played Once Upon a Time. It came out on Robert West Kudo Records, came out in May of 58. But this is the flip side. Some of you may know the cover of this song as done by the $5. They covered it in 1960 for Devorah Brown's Fortune record label, but this was the original, and we're going to send it out to Jimmy Amato and also Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. May 58, Marv Johnson on Kudo Records. with the Harold Beans Bowles Orchestra and the original version of My Baby O.
My baby, oh, wonder why do I love you so? I'll never ever let you go, ever loving baby, oh. Wonder why did I ever have to say goodbye? Oh, why did I make you cry? Ever loving baby, oh. I stood in the moonlight thinking of only you, and soon I was in the sunlight knowing nobody else could do. Can you see? There's no other girl for me. Nobody else could ever be my ever-loving baby, oh. I stood in the moonlight thinking of only you, and soon I was in the sunlight knowing nobody else could do. Can you see? There's no other girl for me. Nobody else could ever be my ever-loving baby, oh.
There you go. That's the sound of Marv Johnson, his debut single, by the way. Debut single on Robert West's Kudo record label, My Baby O. That one there from May of 1958. That's by request for listeners Daryl Letts and also for Jimmy Amato. I just got a nice copy of that record. I have another copy, another one of that record, a duplicate. Again, so if you have any wants that you have, you got to email me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. And I got a lot of duplicates in my collection here that are available. Let's continue here. Here's a new addition to the Vinyl Treasure Show. I just got this record not too long ago, and it's a request for Timothy. He must have saw it when I was teasing the audience on some of the 45s that I picked up, and it's a rare 45, and it's on Eddie Acon's Joyce label. Now, Joyce Records out of St. Louis, Missouri, and the label was named after his daughter. Called it Joyce Records, but the group is out of Chicago. Now, the lead singer on here is Howard Cephas Scott, and in September of 1960, he was the lead singer of the Masquerades that recorded on Formal Records. You may know the song called Three Red Roses, and then the next year, they do a great record that came out on Boyd called Finessa, but I think this is their debut single that came out on the Joyce label by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. It's from 1958. It's Cephas Scott and the Five Masqueraders on Joyce Records. It's called Nature's Beauty. This is for Timothy. Our YouTube chat room. That's from 1958. It's on the Joyce label, which is out of St. Louis, Missouri. But that singer out of Chicago, Illinois. Did I say that? Yeah. Out of Chicago, Cephas Scott and the Five Masqueraders. It's called Nature's Beauty. Although I don't know how much of nature is being preserved now. But let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1958, and here is a flip side request for a listener, Amnon, and also Daryl requested this flip side. As last week I featured the Four Horsemen on United Artists Records. The song was called My Heart. And this week, we flip it over here before it goes back down in the No Humidity basement. This tune written by Buddy Lucas and Bo Lee from July 58. These are the Four Horsemen on United Artists for Daryl and Amnon. It's called A Long, Long Time.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. My dear, it's been a long, long time since you said you were mine. Oh, long, long time. My dear, please never, never leave me. Darling, please hear my plea. And don't you ever, ever leave. I remember when we first met. You said you were true. But now, dear, you have left me. So what can I do, my dear? It's been a long, long time since you said you were mine. Oh, long, long time. My darling, I love you. You are my only one. Please forgive me. I did no wrong. So what can I do? My dear, please never, never leave me. Darling, please hear my plea. And don't you ever leave.
Scratches and all, there you go. That's going out to listeners Amnon and also to Daryl Letts. A July 58 release. They're called the Four Horsemen. The Four Horsemen on United Artists, A Long, Long Time. The flip side called a ballad called My Heart. Let's stay in 58 as we go to Brooklyn, New York with a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. This group had two releases on Bob McGee's Rim Records out of New York City. Now, Ronnie requested the group's second release, and it's with Tico Wilshire and the orchestra. That is one of the names I look for on any 45 that if I never heard it before, I'm going to buy the record, either with Sammy Lowe or Tico Wilshire. When I see those names, I buy the record. And the tune written by Bob McGee and Dennis Armstead, who they're members of the group, that is for sure, but I don't know if he's the lead singer, Charlene. But anyway, this is from December of 1958. They're called the Adelphis. The Adelphis on the Rim record label, and this is the first press with, in parentheses, The Sun Will Shine Again. This is for Ronnie Sherman, the Adelphis.
Hello, young lovers, do not despair. Your love will bloom again
Someday, somewhere, the sun will shine again, and our love will never end. Won't you please come back again? For I love you so. Oh, yes. As far as we could see, our love was meant to be. Darling, please believe in me, and our love will grow. Darling, my precious rose, when will I hold you so very close? I need you, love. I want you near me. Won't you hear my plea? The sun will shine again, and our love will never end. Won't you please come back again? 'Cause I love you so. Say hello to Mom, darling.
There you go. That's for Ronnie Sherman. They like that tune there in the YouTube chat room. That great group out of Brooklyn, New York. They're called the Adelphis. Now, Charlene thinks that Denny Armstead, he's the lead singer on that. I'll research this to double check, but that's December 58, their second release on the Rim record label. The sun will shine again. Yes, it will. As we go to another flip side from last week, a bunch of people requested this flip side, but Timothy requested Jimmy Holiday's debut single. Of course, Jimmy Holiday would have a number of soul 45's in the early 1960s, but the side I featured last week was called All I Want Is You, as done by Jim Holiday and the Future Tones. Came out in June of 1958 on the Four Star label. Four Star Records, not really known for vocal group records. It's known for like rockabilly and boppers and country, but there are a very few group records on the label. And who requested the flip? Timothy requested the flip, as well as Sugar Bear Sterling, Daryl, Jimmy Amato in our chat room requested the flip side of this. So let's flip over All I Want Is You, and you get this tune by Jim Holiday and the Future Tones. It's called Voice of the Drums for Daryl, Sterling, Jimmy, and Timothy.
Can you, do you hear the voice of the drums?
My boo, pa 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 you. My boo, pa 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 you. My boo, pa 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 you. My boo, pa 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 you.
The drum I sing,
Pa 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 you.
beware of your eyes.
Pa 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 you.
The drum I sing,
Pa 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 you.
I should realize
Pa 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 you.
that if you capture my heart right from the start, I'll be your slave.
I'll be your slave.
The drum I sing,
Pa 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 you.
love's in the air.
Pa 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 you.
The drum I sing,
Pa 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 you.
it must track somewhere.
Pa 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 you.
And when you're near me like this, my lips long to kiss the one they crave. Oh, when you near me, you're all I'm thinking of. So, my darling, this must be love. You're saying, I'll never be free. Drum on saying, witchcraft's on me. So far as long as I may live, I hereby pledge to give you all my love. Oh, when you near me, you're all I'm thinking of. So, my darling, this must be love. The drums say, I'll never be free. The drums say, witchcraft's on me. So far as long as I may live, I hereby pledge to give you all my love. My boo, you, my boo, you.
That's the debut single there for Jim Holiday and the Future Tones. Came out in June of '58. That's on the 4-Star record label. Where was 4-Star Records? Out of Memphis, Tennessee, maybe? Or is it West Coast? 4-Star Records. Yeah, it's out on the West Coast there, Charlene. I don't know. But it's called... lost my place. It's called Voice of the Drums. Yes, you get the voice of Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you like what I'm doing, please give me a thumbs up. That is very important. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight here, but let's continue here. Let's go to Utica, New York. This is the last 45 from 1958. This is a rare record, too, that Greg sold me a long, long time ago. The group is from Buffalo, New York, and this is a request for Adrian Viterbo. Adrian, this is a rare record. It's a good one. It's got a female lead. Her name is Barbara Sinclair, and she had some nice soul releases in the early 1970s as Barbara Sinclair was her name, but she also recorded as Barbara St. Clair in the early 70s. But wait, I don't have another. They have another record? I don't know if that's the case. But let's go to the Mark record label out of Buffalo, New York. I'm sorry, out of Utica, New York, from July 58. These are the Supremes, not Diana Ross and the Supremes. It's Barbara Sinclair and the Supremes on the Mark record label for Adrian Viterbo listening in Mexico. It's called Nobody Can Love You for Adrian. That sounded like more than one female in that group, because I don't think a guy could go that high in the background there. But there you go. That's for Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. The Sound of the Supremes there from July 58. It's on Stanley Markowski's Mark label. Mark Records is out of Utica, New York. This group is out of Buffalo. It's called Nobody Can Love You, and that's Barbara Sinclair on lead. And two members of this group would have later recordings, they would have later recordings, later solo recordings. That would be Grover Washington Jr. was a member of this group, and Lonnie Smith. They were members of this group called the Supremes. Let's continue now. As we move into 1959, we go back to Philadelphia, PA, with a request for listener Daniel Kubacki. This group first recording for the Red Top record label. Also, some of those Red Top releases came out on the Cameo record label, but they did 3 for Mercury Records. Now, Daniel requested their first, and it features Garnet Mims on lead. This was Garnet Mims' first group. They were known as the Gainers, and this is from, or the Gainors, Gainors, and this is from May 59. It's on Mercury Records for Daniel Kubacki. It's called A Message with Flowers for Daniel.
A message with flowers speaking for my heart. A message reading, darling, let's don't stay apart. Forgive and won't you forget? You know I love you, yeah. A message with flowers sprinkled with my tears. A message asking you to calm my lonely fears by saying there's still a chance that we'll find our lost romance. There are 2 sides to every story, and you're being unfair to mine. Why has your heart stopped living for me? Once our love was a thing divine. A message with flowers, hoping that you'll see why it's so wrong of you to take your love from me. Don't leave me dreaming and blue. Come back, my love. I need you.
As Garnet Mims on lead there with the Gainers, that's their first of 3 on the Mercury record label, as requested by Daniel Kubacki, May 1959. A Message with Flowers is the name of the tune. Johnny G's giving you a message with 45's. If you're new to the program, to please subscribe to my YouTube channel. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio momentarily as we continue in the year 1959. And we go back out to California as we fill a request for listener Jimmy Amato. This group managed by Yahtzee Millsap. Yahtzee Millsap also managed the Hollywood Saxons. But whose debut single came out, wait a minute. Yes, this group's debut single came out on the Gaiden label in April of 1959. It was called Nasty Breaks, backed with There's a Reason. But Jimmy requested their very next release on George Mottola's Forte record label, and it is not an easy record to find. This tune Is it written? This tune written by Mottola's wife. Yeah, George Mottola's wife, Ricky Page, who was a singer in her own right, gets writer credit on this. Let's go to June of 59. This is for Jimmy Amato. These are the Dandevilles. The Dandevilles on the Forte label. The song is called Heavenly Angel for Jimmy Amato.
Heavenly angel, say you'll be mine, you're my angel, all the time, for we'll be together till the stars fall in the night. That's why you're my heaven, my heaven, yes, you're my God. Heavenly angel, my only love, you're my angel, sent from above. We'll be together till the stars fall from the night. That's why you're my heaven, yes, you're my God. We'll take a stroll through the Milky Way. We'll light a star and find our way. Walk out at night and into day. We'll walk down heaven's highway. Heavenly angel, my heart's on fire. You're my angel, my one desire. We'll be together till the stars fall from the night. That's why you're my heaven, yes, you're my God. You
June 59 release there by the Dandevilles. Dandevilles, Dandevilles, Dandevilles. That one's on the Forte label, Heavenly Angel. Not an easy record to find. That took me a long time to, even though I heard Jimmy Amato play the flip side of that on the R&B Review when he was a guest spot. Did a guest spot there, but I eventually got this record maybe about 3 or 4 years ago. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, we are in the year 1959. You know, we count down the music chronologically here on the Saturday night show. And this is on Bob Shad's Time record label. This is a request for listener Joe Shacatano. I remember the flip side of this 45, a song called Gloria that I used to hear on oldies radio back in the early 1970s. But the flip side is also a pretty good tune. They're called the Chariots. The Chariots. This is on Time Records from January 59. It's called A Sunday Morning Love for Joe Shacatano.
Sunday morning, oh how I miss you. Sunday morning, how I wish for you. It was love from the start, our love. A Sunday morning love. You came walking to the chapel one Sunday morning. There I met you on the doorstep. It was love from the start, our love. A dear, I'm so blue. Oh, my dearest, please tell me, just what can I do? Won't you please tell me, sweetheart, that you will come home? And also tell me that you will never more to roam. You came walking to the chapel one Sunday morning. There I met you on the doorstep. It was love from the start, our love. A Sunday morning love.
There you go. That's going out to a Joe Shacatano there. That is the sound of, as we're going to join Oldies and More Radio here. Let me just hit play. There you go, connecting. We now have joined Oldies and More Radio. We just heard the Chariots by request for Joe Shacatano. That's the B-side of the 45. The A-side's called Gloria, but that's the B-side, A Sunday Morning Love, January 59. It's on Bob Shad's Time Records. He also owned the Brent record label. As we continue here, we welcome in Oldies and More Radio here to Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. We're here from 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We start on YouTube, and at midnight when we do the overtime, we join Oldies and More Radio, also live. We continue live on the YouTube, and we are in the year 1959 here, and this was a recent addition to Johnny G's collection, and a request for listener Gordy Freeman, as this is out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is on Sam Trice's Odessa record label. Trice's Odessa record label, which is out of Milwaukee. The tune written by the lead singer of the group, his name is Tim Boyd, and the group backing him up are called the Esquires, and supposedly Harvey Scales of the Seven Souls that recorded for the Magic Touch label was a member of this group in the early part of the group, but this is from 59. It's a rare 45 on the Odessa label, Tim Boyd and the Esquires. It's called My Dearest, My Darling, parentheses, I Miss You. This is for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room.
My dearest, my darling, I miss you. My days and nights have all been so blue. Please come home where you belong, and I won't be so all alone. My dearest, my darling, I need you to be here with me every night. If I had your love, there's nothing in the world to lead me to no other girl. My dearest, my darling, I cry for you. Many times I cry the whole night through. I know I did you wrong, forgive me and come home, and I promise I'll never leave you all alone. Yes, darling, I'm confessing to you, because all my thoughts and memories are only of you. If I had your love, there's nothing, no, nothing in the world could lead me to no other girl. My dearest, my darling, I cry for you. Many times I cry the whole night through. I know I did you wrong. Forgive me and come home. And I promise I'll never leave you all alone. Whoa, I promise I'll never leave you all alone. I promise I'll never leave you all alone.
That's a rare 45 out of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Odessa Records, Tim Boyd, and the Esquires. My dearest, my darling, parentheses, I miss you. That's going out to listener Gordy Freeman. Let's continue here in 1959 with a request for listener Bob Cruz. This group formed while at South Haven High School in Michigan. They had 2 releases on the Chicago-based Venus label, and I only have one of the 2. This is their first. Now, group members were Joe Barnett, he was the baritone, Jeff Oakham, the tenor, Cubie, or Cubby, no, Cubie, C-U-B-I-E. I don't think, no, Cubby, that's how you say Cubby Maddox. He was the bass, and the lead singer, his name is James Fisher, and who wrote this song. And he was 17 years old when he recorded this, and this is from June of 59, by request for Bob Cruz, the Emeralds on the Venus label. It's called The Lover. This is for Bob.
Is always smiling, no reason for crying, since he has you to always be true. Lover,
That's June 59 release by the Emeralds. The Emeralds, by request for Bob Cruz. The Lover is the name of the tune. That's on the Venus record label. I only have their first of two. They have two releases on that Venus label. Johnny G here in overtime here, and we are in the year 1960 now, and here's a flip side request. As last week I played a song called This Is the Life for Mike Sape. Mike Sape requested that, and he sent it out to all the chatters and your host, Johnny G, as done by Bobby Marchand and the TikToks. Now, the TikToks were really Huey Smith and the Clowns, as this was probably a master that was purchased from probably Ace Records, Johnny Vincent's Ace Records, sold to Bobby Robinson, the owner of Fire Record. No, Bobby Robinson's Fire record label. But UK listener Indrajit Advani wants to send the flip side out to listener Mike Sape, who had to leave early. He left us a little while ago, but he's going to hear it on the archive. Let's go to February of 1960 for Bobby Marchand and the TikToks. It's on the Fire record label, requested by Indrajit, going out to Mike. It's called Snoopin and Accusin.
Every time I'm walking up and down the street, Snoopin and accusing, talking to my friends that I happen to meet. Snoopin and accusing, up the street, down the line, you mind your business.
Oh, I'm on mine.
Snoopin and accusing, Snoopin and accusing, Snoopin and accusing, breaking and abusing my life.
Snoop so much until you can't get it.
Snoopin and accusing,
You wanna keep it up and get somebody killed.
Snoopin and accusing, up the street, down the line, you mind your business.
Oh, I'm on mine.
Snoopin and accusing, Snoopin and accusing, Snoopin and accusing, wrecking and abusing my life. Yeah, little baby. Oh, baby, I took you everything on your life. Oh, baby. Even when I answer the telephone, Snoopin and accusing, she's gonna snoop around until you lose the home. Snoopin and accusing, up the street, down the line, you mind your business.
Oh, I'm on mine.
Snoopin and accusing, yeah. Snoopin and accusing, whoa, whoa. Snoopin and accusing, wrecking and abusing my life. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Snoopin and accusing, Snoopin and accusing, inside. Snoopin and accusing, don't you know, Snoopin and accusing, yeah.
That's Bobby Marchand and the TikToks, but that's really more sounding like Huey Smith and the Clowns. Definitely backing Bobby Marchand up there from February 1960 by request for UK listener Indrajit, sending it out to Connecticut listener Mike Sape. It's called I lost my place, Snoopin and Accusing. That's on the Fire record label. Nobody accusing Johnny G of not playing original vinyl 45s. We try to do it, or I try to play all originals every Saturday night, which I do for the most part. But we continue here, and here's a flip side from last week, requested by, I played a flip side last week for Paul Michel. This group out of California, actually they were out of the Bay Area, actually Berkeley, California, for Dre Dobard's Music City record label. They were called the Crescendos. Wanda Burt was on lead. The song was called Take My Heart, and Daryl Letts asked for the flip side here, and it's from October of 1960. So let's give it a spin for Daryl Letts, the Crescendos, Wanda Burt and the Crescendos on Music City. The song is called My Heart's Desire.
If
If I ask the one I love, the one I'm thinking of, to stay by my side always, he will answer my prayer when I'm in despair. Yes, he'll love me for the rest of my days. You're so thoughtful and kind. You're everything divine. That's what makes you one of few. All the charms you possess, the warmth and tenderness are the reasons why I love you. You know you love me. You're always thinking of me. I'm your heart's desire. You can't resist me. Come on and kiss me. Set my soul on fire. And when he holds me tight and whispers good night, that's when I know that we'll never part. And when he holds my hand, I know he'll understand. And I'll give him the keys to my heart. You know you love me. You're always thinking of me. I'm your heart's desire.
There you go. That's for Darrell Letts there, the sound of Wanda Burt and the Crescendos from October 1960. That's on the Music City record label out of Berkeley, California. That's Ray Dobard's label. And for you collectors out there, the true first press of that comes on like a lime green label. And that is the second press. And then the third press is like the multicolor logo with the black label Music City. Johnny G here in overtime as we continue here. In 1960 we stay. And this is a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. Now, we heard from Milton Love earlier in the show as the lead singer of the Solitaires, but here he is again. He returns on the Mercury record label with this new Cadillacs group that included members of the Solitaires, mainly the lead singer, as I mentioned, as he does a fantastic job on this song. It's arranged and conducted by Belford Hendricks. It's from November of 1960. This is by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. Milton Love and the Cadillacs on Mercury Records. The song is called I'm Willing.
I'm willing to spend my life loving you. I'm willing to give you a love that's true. How about you? Whoa, baby, now tell me, do you feel the way I do?
That's November 1960 release there for the Cadillacs, a new Cadillacs group, mostly members of the Solitaires, though. That's Milton Love on lead there. I'm Willing is the name of the tune. That's going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room. That's their only release on the Mercury record label. Let's stay in 1960. One more from the year 1960. It's a flip side from a couple weeks ago. I featured this the second release for this group called the Cosmic Rays for listener Mnon. It was called Daddy's Gonna Tell No Lie. It came out on Sun Ra's Saturn record label, but Mnon also requested the flip side, and this tune written by the lead singer, his name is Calvin Barron. Let's go to March of 1960, and we listen to the Cosmic Rays. The Cosmic Rays, this is for Mnon on Saturn. It's called, one word, it's called Dreaming for Mnon.
It's time for me to wake up. For no matter how I dream, it always makes me cry. If you live in fables, then you know what I mean. For that is a world where things aren't what they seem. Baby, do bad. For no matter how I do, it always makes me cry. Dreaming, stop me it's time for no matter how I dream, it always makes me cry. If you live in fables, then you know what I mean. For that is a world where things aren't what they seem. Baby, do bad. For no matter how I dream, it always makes me cry. Dreaming, dreaming, here I am dreaming again. Dreaming, dreaming, I'm in a deep dream again. Sleeping, it's time for me to wake up. For no matter how I dream, it always makes me cry. Dreaming, boom, 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 dreaming, boom, 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 dreaming, boom, boom, boom,
As the copyright police stick their ugly head out here on Johnny G's show, and maybe because that record associated with Sun Ra, but it's the first time they have come out here. But that's for Mnon, the Cosmic Rays. What a cool name for a group. Cosmic Rays, and that's because Sun Ra named them. It's on his Saturn record label out of Chicago. Dreaming is the name of the tune from March of 1960. Let's move into 1961 with a request for listener Joe Shakatana, which was now joined us in the chat room. We're happy to have Joe in our chat room, as I'm happy to have all of you in the Johnny G Vinyl Treasure Show chat room. And I don't have much about this 45. It's on the Glottis label. Glottis Records was at a 1650 Broadway in New York City. Now, the writers on this are Dossie Terry and Leslie Butler, and the group is called The Colleagues. The Colleagues, and this is the intended A-side of the 45. Now, Dossie Terry, he was a blues singer, dates back to, I think, the late 1940s, with releases in the 50s on RCA, Federal, King, Extra, Amp 3, and I think he had a final release in 58 on the bonus label. But this is by a group called The Colleagues from 61 for Joe Shakatano. It's called A Tear Fell. This is Glottis Records for Joe.
A tear fell when you said goodbye, and you made me cry. A tear fell. A tear fell. I saw you by his side. Don't you know it hurt in my pride? A tear fell. A tear fell. Boom, 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 boom. Every night I would cry, hoping for your desire. I'm sorry, my dear, that I hurt you so inside. Haven't seen another sunny day since you've been away. A tear fell. A tear fell. Boom, 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 boom. Every night I will cry, hoping for your desire. I'm sorry, my dear, that I hurt you so inside. Now I know why those tears fall from my eyes. It's because I hurt you so inside. A tear fell. A tear fell.
There you go. That's going out for Joe Shakatano in our YouTube chat room. 1961. They're called The Colleagues. I never saw this record again. I bought it from Chris Ciccone. He had it in his box. Didn't know anything about it. It wasn't that expensive, really, but it's The Colleagues. It's on the Glottis label. A Tear Fell is the name of the tune, and as we move on here. So let's move on. We are in the year 1961, and a few weeks ago I featured a group called Johnny and the Tokens as a request for listener Emnon. Now, Emnon also requested the flip side. Now, the side I played that day was The Taste of a Tear, which was the intended A side of the 45, but this is the B side, and I was incorrect in when I said that this was the first press of the record. It was not, because this record first came out as Johnny and the Kings, as corrected by Fred Clemens. That he researched that, and he told me that this is the second press, which I have, by the way. I saw it in the box, but I wasn't going to waste time and get it because I had this one out already. So let's flip that 45 over by Johnny and the Tokens. The song called "The Taste of a Tear," and you get this side, and it's from July of '61. Johnny and the Tokens on Warwick Records. It's called "Never Till Now." This is for Amnon on Warwick.
Never till now did I know love. Never till now did I show love. I was alone, so long, without you, without you. Oh, never till now did I heed love. Never till now did I heed love. Dreams of love I dreamed were all about you, about you. You have filled my heart with desire. Come and love me, share with me this brand new bite. Come and love me. Oh, never till now did I find love. Never till now did I find love. Never till you would could I say I love you. No, never, never till now. Whoa, whoa.
July 1961 release there for Johnny and the Tokens. Johnny and the Tokens, first pressed as Johnny and the Kings. It's on Morty Craft's Warwick record label. Never Till Now is the name of the tune. A very nice ballad there. As we continue, we move into 62 now with a request for Adrian Viterbo. And I don't know much about this group. It's on Marvin and Bill Klosky's TK Records, which was located at 33-34 Street in Brooklyn, New York. And this song is pretty cool because how many songs do you know that mention the Foreign Legion? Joining the Foreign Legion. I don't know any other songs that do. Well, this one does. And one of the members of this group was, or I should say the members of this group were Arthur Epps, Dan Peterson, Curtis Smith, Benjamin Smith, and Ralph Welch. Collectively, they were known as the Uniques. And this is by request for Adrian in Mexico, 1962. The Uniques on TK, TEEKAY. It's called A Million Miles Away for Adrian. That's 1962 release there for listener Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. Those are the uniques on the TK label. A Million Miles Away as we continue here in the year 1962. This is a new addition to the Johnny G collection, and it's a request from Mike Sape. He wants to send this one out to Jimmy Amato and Frank Cassie as we head to Baltimore, Maryland for this rare record on the Zepp label, ZEPP Records, which is also out of Baltimore. And it's by Deborah Muriel and Len Rogers with the Linettes, Lenettetts. And as I said, it is a rare 45, and listen closely because Len Rogers comes in way at the end of the record with some kind of poem that he says. But the majority of the record is by this gal, Deborah Muriel, and it's from 62, and by request from Mike Sapes in Connecticut, who left us early tonight, sending it out to Jimmy Amato and Frank Cassie. Deborah Muriel and Len Rogers and the Linettes on Zepp, ZEPP. It's called it's called My Mathematics of Love.
Mathematics of love, you're the one I'm thinking of. I dream of you each day. Let me explain myself this way. Just a brief temptation to explain a situation of a lover's conversation. Oh, my mathematics of love, and you add my happiness, subtract my sorrow, multiply my kisses, divide my heart in 4 parts. Yes, you're my mathematics of love. You're my morning coffee, you're my all-day cream. Believe me, pretty baby, you are everything. I love you, of course. You're the one I'm thinking of, and that's why you're called my mathematics of love. Just a brief temptation to explain the situation of a lover's conversation. Oh, my mathematics of love. I love you, of course. You're the one I'm thinking of. Yes, you're my mathematics of love. You're my morning.
Love is just a ringling of smoke, a tear and a joke. You can't hide your love neath a velvet or cloak. What are we but the potter's clay molded together to crumble away? Some of us lose, yet some of us win. But love is equal under the skin. Yes, years are like days, so remember one thing. The heart that can sing is greater and richer than monarch or king. The light of a candle, that's all we are. We dim, then we fade like a vanishing star. And when the roadways of life becomes ragged and rough, we realize then we're only a puff. Yes, you can bet by all the stars above, you are my mathematics of love.
I love you, of course. You're the one I'm thinking of. Yes, you're my mathematics of love.
There you go. What is Mathematics of Love? I mean, I don't know if that really makes any kind of sense, but it sounded pretty good. There you go, 1962. That's Deborah Muriel with Len Rogers and the Lynnettes. It's on the Zepp record label. I don't know of any other record on that label, Geronimo. It's out of Baltimore, Maryland. My Mathematics of Love. There you go. Mike Sape in Connecticut sending it out to Jimmy Amato and Frank Cassie. Let's continue. We go to Los Angeles, California, as we stay in 1962 with the Gospel Record of the Week, as requested by Butch Ford in Hawaii. This is on a label called Robin Nest. And this is a gospel group. They're from Portland, Oregon. First recorded as the Four Deep Tones on the Coral record label in 1951. But then they evolved in 1958 to the Highlights on the Heiko label. I have those records on the Heiko label. And then finally recorded as the Stereos, as they did two on the Robin Nest label. This is their second. And the members of this group were George Vereen. He was first tenor. Wiseman Moon, also a tenor. Calvin Wilson, baritone. Furman Haynes, second tenor. And Claude Chandler, the bass. Let's go to 1962. Fill a request for Butch Ford, the Stereos on Robin Nest Records. Our gospel record of the week. It's called Run, Sinner, Run, for Butch.
Well, I went up on the mountain to find a place to pray. When I heard a voice a-calling, sinner, you better be on your way. Run, sinner, run, will run, sinner, run, 'cause the good Lord is coming after you. You better run, sinner, run, will run, sinner, run, 'cause the good Lord is coming after you. Run to the arms of Jesus, for he will give you rest. Better run to the arms of Jesus, there you'll find peace and happiness. You better run, sinner, run, will run, sinner, run, 'cause the good Lord is coming after you. You better run, sinner, run, will run, sinner, run, 'cause the good Lord is coming after you. Lay your soul down at the altar before the judgment day. With the sound of trumpets, brother, it's too late, sinner, then to pray. Run, sinner, run, will run, sinner, run, 'cause the good Lord is coming after you. You better run, sinner, run, yes, run, sinner, run, 'cause the good Lord is coming after you. You better run, sinner, run, well, run, sinner, run, 'cause the good Lord is coming after you.
Boy, did I need to be quick on the draw there. Who said that? Charles Baker, you said Johnny G was quick draw. I had to on that one there. There you go. That's our gospel record of the week there by the, what's my place? By the Stereos. The Stereos, 1962. That's their second release on Robin Nest. That's by request for Butch Ford. Run, Sinner, Run is the name of the tune. We're almost running out of time here as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We stay in 1962. We fill a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy. He wanted to hear this early Motown sound. This group, they hail from Toledo, Ohio, but they auditioned for Berry Gordy Jr.'s Gordy record label, and the result was this tune written by Brian Holland, Lee Moore, and William Stevenson, who also produced it. Now, the members of this group were George Miller Ross, there's only three, Prentice and the lead singer. Only one person by the name of Prentice, Charlene. I don't know, but the lead singer on this is Lee Henry Moore, and they're known as Lee and the Leopards. And this was a number 24 record on WTOD in Toledo, Ohio. You would think that was played in Ohio. This is from April of 62, going out to Tom Shaughnessy. Tom Shaughnessy, you still tuned into the program? That's the Lee and the Leopards on Gordy Records. It's called Come Into My Palace for Tom Shaughnessy.
Bom, 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 mac tack tack, come right back to the palace, my love. Bom, 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 mac tack tack, come right back to the palace, my love.
Come into my palace and sit on my throne. Be my queen, my love. Come into my palace and sit on my throne. Be my queen, my love. I will honor you with the precious gifts of my kingdom, and all of the servants shall bow down and worship you.
Bom, 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 mac tack tack, come right back to the palace, my love. Bom, 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 mac tack tack, come right back to the palace, my love.
Come into my palace and sit on my throne. Be my queen, my love. Come into my palace and sit on my throne. My queen, my love. Let me shower you with the gifts of a queen, and let your king, my love, be me. Oh, my love, you know I need you, my love. I want you, my love.
Mac tack tack, come right back to the palace, my love. Bom, 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 mac tack tack, come right back to the palace, my love.
You will have the freedom of the palace, my love. The emperor will bow down and worship you. Watch me now. If the duke shall disobey your demand, my love, will make him your slave for the rest of his days, my love. Oh, my love,
come right back to the palace.
I need you, my love.
Come right back to the palace.
Come on, my love. The doors of the palace are open unto you. I need you, my love.
There you go. That's going out to Tom Shaughnessy, early Motown sound there for Lee and the Leopards, and that's with Lee Henry Moore on lead. April 62 release. That's on the Gordy label. Come Into My Palace is the name of the tune. In 1963, this record was re-released for some reason. How it ends up on Laurie Records, I'll never know. But let's continue. We move into 1963 now, and we fill a request for listener Paul Michelle. This group originally from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and the group included Donnie Monzo, he was tenor, Kenny Marsh baritone, Teddy Santos bass, and the lead singer is Mike Lanzo. Originally, this record came out as the Palisades, but they were forced to change their name to the Magics. The Palisades is the first press, and then the Magics, they had to change it, I think, like a few weeks later to the Magics. So this label, Deborah Records, had to issue this record twice. And the interesting thing is, if you're familiar with a song called The Book of Love by the Monotones, the flip side is a song called You Never Loved Me from 1958. Well, that's what they're singing here, but they didn't call it You Never Loved Me. They called it Chapel Bells. So let's go to 1963 by request for Paul Michelle. Here are the Palisades. I'm featuring the rare 45 by the Palisades. You can also get this as the Magics. I showed you that The Magic's 45. It's from 63. It's on Deborah Records. This is for Paul Michel. It's called Chapel Bells.
Chapel bells, I hear them ringing. Angel choir, hear them singing. You never loved me. You never loved me at all. Loved me at all. Now I'm kneeling, Father, hear me pray. Hear my plea. Nature's answering, my son. Hear her sing. You never loved me. You never loved me at all. The bells in the chapel give out with their sorrowful sound. The hands on the steeple clock have stopped, for you have done me wrong. In the chapel, bells still ringing. High in heaven, angels still singing. You never loved me. You never loved me at all. You never loved me at all. Chapel bells,
As by request for listener Paul Michel, those are the Palisades, a.k.a. The Magics, from 1963 on the Deborah record label. The song is called Chapel Bells, but they did correctly give writer credits to the Monotones. That's really the B-side, You Never Loved Me, of the Book of Love, as done first by the Monotones. A nice rendition there by that group, the Palisades. And they also recorded as the Precisions. I have a record by them, I think I do, as the Precisions on Strand and also on the Deborah label. Let's continue now, and one more in 1963. Let's go to Matawan, if I said that right, Matawan, New Jersey, for this next group. And they had two releases on John Belotti's Solar Records out of Union Beach, New Jersey. And it's a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy. Now, their first release was a cool record. It was called Alone, a cool up-tempo record called Alone. Now, their second release was a cover of the Cadillacs tune Gloria, but the B-side of both their first and second release was this song. That was called All Alone, and a group called The Shades, they're providing the instrumentation. And we go to December of 63 and fill a request for Tom Shaughnessy. The Del Lords is the name of the group on the Solar label. It's called All Alone for Tom Shaughnessy. Whoops.
Bom, bom, bom. Feeling kinda blue. Bom, bom, bom. Sure.
December 1963 release there. That's by request for Tom Shaughnessy. They're called the Del Lords, DEL-LOURDS. It's on Solar Records, John Bellatti's Solar label out of Union Beach, New Jersey. All Alone is the name of the tune. That bass sounds like the same bass of the Connotations, Before I Go. Sounds like him. I got to do a little bit more research on that. We got 4 more 45s to go before we sign out here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and this is a request for Mike Sape. He wants to send this one out to Bob Hannis and Chuck. And this group is called the Meridians. Now, I got to explain this because there are 2 groups known as the Meridians that recorded for the same label. That's Parnaso Records. And the second Meridians group, they were from Brooklyn, New York. They do a song called Blame My Heart, which is kind of more on the soulish side. This group is from Johnny G's hometown, Terrytown, New York. This group is, and believe it or not, my aunt had this 45 in her collection. I had to get another copy because hers was pretty much worn out. But the lead singer on this, his name is Roger Bruno. He's the lead. Came out in August 64. They're called the Meridians. The Meridians by request for Mike Sape, going out to Chuck and to Bob. It's on Parnaso Records. It's called Have You Forgotten? The Meridians.
Why must you be told my love is forever? It will never grow cold. Have you forgotten those kisses we share, the 1,000,001 times I told you I care? What else can I do to prove it's you that I'm thinking of? If it's a sin to love only you, that's all I'm guilty of. Have you forgotten the last time we met? If you'll but remember, you'll never forget.
That's the sound of the... Whoops, this needle falling off this record. We can't have that. You're going to ruin my needle here. And this is a styrene press, too. No, there it goes. Now it's on there. There you go. I like that record there by the Meridians. It's from August 1964. The Meridians on Parnaso by request from Mike Sape, going out to Chuck Mitchell and Bob Hannis. Have You Forgotten is the name of the tune. That's with Roger Bruno on lead. 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Up next, a request for UK listener Indrajit Advani. He wants to send this one out to all the chatters in the chat room as we go back out to Los Angeles, California, with this group that recorded for Lummy Fowler's Lumtone record label. And there were a few, I should say, I don't want to say versions, a few generations, I guess, or whatever, or a few groups that recorded as this group. They were called the Upfronts. They had 5 releases on Lumtone Records between 1960 and, actually, they had 5 releases originally between 1960 and 1962. Then they broke up, and then Barry White, who was a member too, Barry White was a member of the group at that time, but then they broke up, and the label owner, Lummy Fowler, wanted to create another group that called the Upfronts, and he did, and they released this song in 1964, and this Upfronts group previously recorded as the Precisions on the Highland record label, if you're familiar with a song called 8 Reasons Why. But then in 1964, they would change their name to the Upfronts. And this is from March 64. It's by request for Indrajit Advani to all you guys and gals in the chat room. The Upfronts on Lumtone with Most of the Pretty Young Girls, the Upfronts. As March 1964, more on the solar sound there for a group called the Upfronts, by request for Indrajit Advani, going out to all the chatters, most of the pretty young girls. That's usually an in-demand record, by the way, on Lummy Fowler's Lumtone record label. Let's continue. 2 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show as we head up to Chicago, Illinois, filling a request for listener Jimmy Amato. This group is called Bud Buddy B. DeVito and his Fabulous Storms. And I know nothing else about this group. It's from 1964. It's on a label called KM Records, and the song is called I Only Need to Think of You. This is for Jimmy Amato.
Whenever I am feeling blue, I only need to think of you. Then everything that comes along turns into such a lovely song. When every star that shines on high just seems to fade away and I start remembering your charm and long to hold you in my arms. I know it's you, my whole life through. I only need to think of you when I feel blue. When shadows come to cloud the sky, I only need to see your eyes. Then golden lights seem to appear. It's wonderful when you are here. I know it's you, my whole life through. I only need to think of you when I feel blue. I only need to think of you when I feel blue. I only need to think of you when I feel blue. When I feel
There you go. That one there going out to, whoops. I'm here pressing the other one. There you go. That's by request for Jimmy Amato, 1964. Kind of getting into a kind of transitional stage here. I used to do that a lot here on the program, but sometimes as the requests come in there like that. That is a Buddy B. DeVito and his famous and his Fabulous, did I say famous? Fabulous Storms. That's on the KM record label out of Chicago. It's called I Only Need to Think of You. Well, that's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. If you want to get in touch with me, if you have your requests, if you want to talk about anything, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That's how you get in touch with me. That's how you communicate with me. And if you missed any of the program, it'll be up on YouTube. Probably you can actually go there and look at it now if you missed anything of it, but you'll kind of get discombobulated since I'm still live. But once I go off, that's it. You can check it out, but the chat won't be there. They've been pretty good. It's been up on for the weekend show. It's been up like in 3 hours, which is pretty cool, I'd have to say. And I didn't really have a lot of copyright police out chasing me today, so that's a good thing. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your requests, because you all make the show. I just add a little bit here and there, and the voice to the music, but I don't sing, of course, then that would chase everybody away. But thank you again for being here. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. And I'll be back on, going to be back Wednesday for the Soul Show at 9 p.m. on Oldies and More Radio, where we were broadcasting now in overtime, Oldies and More Radio, and here on YouTube, that's the Soul Show. And then we'll be back on Thursday afternoon. We continue with the countdown. And then I'll be back next Saturday. I don't know when I'm going to go look at records again, but I will be going down to look at records, but probably on one of the days that I'm off. But again, so if for any reason any of the shows get blocked, you can always go to vinyltreasures.net and you can check out at least the stream there. You can stream it or you can download it. But anyway, we got one more closer tonight, and it's a special request. It's a request from Mike Sape in Connecticut and wants to send it out to Joe Shacatano. Now, I bought this record from Ronnie I's Clifton Record Store. I've been to Clifton Music twice in my lifetime and bought records from Ronnie I, and he was trying to pull out records he had multiple copies of. This was one of them, and it wasn't that expensive. I think it was like $5 or $10, something like that. But it's out of Chicago, and it's on the Hawaii label, Hawaii Records. Butch, you have this record? Hawaii Records, but I don't think it's from Hawaii. But the gal, her name is Yvonne Gomez. Yvonne Gomez, it's her only release, and she's being backed up by Eddie C. Campbell and his studio band, who have their own releases, by the way, on this label. And this record did chart. This charted number 28 on WBEE in Chicago. It's by Yvonne Gomez on Hawaii Records. It's called Ease the Pain. That's what we try to do here on a Saturday evening. But and really the thing is, it's from January 67, but it has that old sound to it. So there you go, from Mike Sape to Joe Shacatano, Yvonne Gomez with Ease the Pain on the Hawaii label. Johnny G is out of here. I'm going to watch football tomorrow, and I'm going to see if I can pull out some soul records out of boxes that I haven't gone through, and that's what my game plan is. But hopefully I will see you here next time on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Just want to say, everybody, so long for Joe.
To think that I believe that you really did love me, but I see now that